Good morning, everyone. Just let me know if you guys can't hear me clearly because my mic is kind of messed up today, so I'm not sure what's going on. So I'm using like two headphone sources right now. Uh, so just let me know if you can't hear me. I see that I'm able to. Uh, I see that there's sound coming out, but I'm not too sure how clear it is. Just let me know throughout the day. I'm just doing some work in the morning before this EIA report hits. Wondering when one of my streams. Man, I wish my GDX chart was working so we could day trade some GDX. But I'm gonna have to go to my other source and look at it. I don't have it set up to feed into YouTube Live. I just have my this web browser. So I'm gonna look into it, what's going on right now, just to figure out what's happening. Uh, I'm gonna work on that. I wanted to go long here. Remember my trades yesterday? I wanted to go long throughout the day, and now GDXJ is up 2.24%. So there's some weird thing going on right now that I cannot see. Actually, I can see it, but I just can't show you guys. I don't have my resistance and support strong either on other charts. So unfortunately, we can't do that for now. But we're going to move on, and we're just going to pay attention for oil for the first first half of the day, I guess. 10:30, there should be a big report. So I'm going to look at that. All right, partial outage. So here's the plan today. We're gonna buy the knife down if there is a knife down, and at 10:30 we're gonna see what the price does, and after 15 to 30 minutes we're gonna do the complete opposite. So let's just say that at 10:30 the price drops down to $45 or $46, whatever, and we're buying. The price spikes to $50. I'm shorting $50 for sure. There's no doubt beyond that. So whatever happens to the price, I'm doing the complete opposite. I'm looking for a touch of this bottom triangle, likely 10:30 would cause shorts to cover, and then we're going to short that back down. So that's the plan for now. I'll keep you guys updated when I'm gonna mute my sound right here. I'm gonna figure out what's wrong with. Actually, no, I already know what's wrong with it, so I don't need to figure it out. But I'm gonna go look at something else real quick, and I'll be right back. So if you're looking at my feed right now, you'll see there's something wrong with trading view. There's no MACD or anything like that for this, but it looks like they're restoring some of the outages. So we're gonna be patient with that. Meanwhile, oil's being garbage. Right. I'm not too sure what the report was yesterday for the API report. API reports released every Tuesday at 4:30, after the markets close. It's pretty much private data. I think it actually gets released at 4:15 or 4:30, and then a few minutes later, the public release gets released. So it's more of like an insider thing. If you're able to see the numbers, they look. I think there was a withdrawal last night which caused this pop up. You see this pop up start around, yeah, yeah, this 6 o'clock bar right here, yeah, 4 o'clock bar right here. So that's the whole reason for the spike up. So I'm going to take advantage of the spike up to either short higher or buy lower if there's a drop here. So here's oil is fading a little bit. I want to see this keep fading. I'm not going to chase after this on the short. I could short this here. This actually might gap down before, but we have 1 hour before. We have 40 minutes before the next, or 15 minutes before the scheduled EIA report at 10:30, 10:30 Eastern time. That's 50 minutes. So if you guys want to check back later at 50 minutes, that's fine. I'm probably not going to make any trades. I was actually trying to make a GDXJ trade today, but doesn't look like the charts are working that well. So I'm not bothered. So there's a 50% retrace of GXJ. Again, if I had to go a position here, I would have gone short right there. 50% retrace. Yesterday's drop. I want to thank everyone for joining me today. Uh, yesterday, if you saw me, I had a decent loss yesterday, not too big, but let me put this in commodities here. So hopefully today we get some big money come back. Oh, looks like my feed is coming back. Yeah, so we're day trading here, so I'm not. I was gonna look at this, look at the first 30, but it looks like 15 minutes already went by. So we might go ahead and short this actually, short GDXJ because of yesterday's stuff. Might close a gap actually, but I'm gonna hesitate and not wait on that because it looks like my resistance told me to short at 35, 34.72, but that time has already passed. So we can wait for maybe a little nudge upwards and touch it again, then short. But I'm gonna see what happens here before we're at 30. Here's oil again. Oil's just it's probably going to channel back and forth between 48 and 30. this high of 48, 80 before it knows dramatic moves before the report, of course. Okay, so I thought I was going to fill the gap down, so that's why we didn't go in. So we're going to go ahead and look at oil again. Not rushing any trades. They're not really buying any supports or resistances. All my stuff is just hovering around. So we're gonna look for the perfect entry today. Uh, let's let's go for better accuracy and some grasping for straws. Okay, so we're taking a look at UJ. So we have DXY on the right, and we have UJ USD JPY on the left. So with UJ, since it's denominated by USD JPY, the higher it goes, the stronger the dollar gets. The lower it goes, it's pretty much yen per dollars. Uh, so the higher it goes, the stronger US dollar gets. The lower it does, the weaker the US dollar gets. And right now we see some kind of like maybe a top pattern here, and DXY. Switch to 1 hour charts here on UJ. We see a lot of uncertainty here. Very unsure of where the price is actually going. So we're gonna have to figure this out. So it's just very uncertain. I'm not sure if this is a bullish pennant or bullish flag that's about to break to the upside. It could be very well a bullish flag breaking up to the upside. But if you look at the bigger picture, if you look at the daily instead of the hours, you'll see that the bull flag is pretty much at the peak. So today's either FOMC decision can blow this up to 118, or we can drop this down to 111.5. So two things can happen. We can just pretty much implode, and this price will just collapse because it's still trading below the 2000, 2016 where they hiked. Right here, we're literally trading at the same level previously to the hike. So that's it's kind of odd that's happening. So we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens. Does the price go down from here? Uh, the fundamentals behind the downshift move, I honestly don't know. It's the sudden news of the dollar going up, any kind of market uncertainty, geopolitical risk. I'm pretty sure political risk is the only thing that's bringing it down right now. It should be going up, but it hasn't. I haven't seen any moves up. Like, is this a big move up? This is a 50% retrace, I think, of the highs. Yes, so we're just at a 50% retrace from the high, so it's being super bullish. I mean, it could be just a hard retrace, but we're still trading below the previous FOMC levels. Excuse me. So it is filling the gap. Yep, filling the gap down. So just remember, last FOMC, gold miners got crushed. It was hovering positive all day, and then just I got absolutely crushed. The announcement came out too. So just watch for something similar to happen around that time. So here we're closing the gap. Yep, closing the gap here. Man, I wish the servers worked this morning. I would have shorted this right here at 34.70. Hit my resistance perfectly. Very, very disappointed that it did not happen. UJ still trading negative. I expect some of this to continue. Look, just holding up here. We're waiting for the report. 30 minutes left. 34 minutes left. Report. We see SPX breaking out, kind of. I wonder if this rate hike will send it up this way, um, up to the double top here, up to 2400. I'm not too sure. If this gets rejected, we're going to see obviously a new low. What's interesting to see what's going to happen here, where the money flow is going to go out when we hike. Yeah, so we're just waiting. Gold miners, we did that at 2 o'clock. More interested in oil at 10:30 after the big decline last week, or was it this? Was it Friday? I think. I think it's important to ask yourselves, why is the dollar declining on rate hike day? Notice we have these two peaks here in dollar. All right, gap closed. We see gold selling off. That's pressured by the U.S. dollar for sure. So I want to see this translate over to oil as well. Look, there's no volume in either gold miners or gold right now. They're all waiting. No one's doing anything. 2017 highs. So if you so this is a question that was just asked by Dominic. Um, so I'll open up this graph a little bigger. You'll see after every rate hike, the price actually goes upwards. So this is 2015's rate hike. This is 2016's rate hike, um, and you'll see the price going from 12.6 or from 11.30 to 13.60, and from here 11.20 to 12.60. So every time they hike the rates, it actually goes up, and we're still trading around 1200 here. So we're trading around 1200 here. So who knows if they hike again right here, maybe it just goes up higher. I'm not too sure, but if you just look at this chart specifically, you'll see that after each rate hike, the price just goes up. That's just fact for the last two rate hikes. No one can deny that. But you can see there are big retracements before each rate hike, you know? So this is the bottom here, it's bottom here. I think there's going to be a bottom here as well. Because I think that there is going to be inflation. I don't really believe in them saying that there is no inflation and it's all fake and doesn't correlate with gold. I think it directly correlates with gold. And also, I think with this political risk, I think America is getting weaker internally through politics. And with that being said, I think that Eastern powers will be more powerful. India, China, Russia, those countries are getting more powerful every year. It used to be America. Everyone looked up to America, but now everyone's deflecting away at points. Take the Philippines, for example. So I think that there's a risk that if the Chinese, I worked in private equity in South Africa, so I can say something about the Chinese. They bought a ton of gold and silver mines, well, precious metal mines in South Africa because they want to build a currency that's backed by physical gold. They want to have a currency that's not just goodwill, not like the U.S. dollar. So they have more investment from foreign entities. Instead of using the U.S. dollar, they can use the Chinese yuan instead. So that's my whole thought process for that. So did that chart help you at all understand possibly what what the rate hike does? Uh, you know, so I'm gonna set up here. I'm gonna get the EI report up. I'm sorry, I'm listening to music through my headphones right now. So if I if I stutter or talk weird, it's because I'm listening to a song or something like that. So I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna set up the EA report. So I'm gonna refresh this at 10:30 and check it out myself. And then we're gonna wait 15-30 minutes and do the reversal. Again, I said a buy and the gap close would probably be a good idea. I did not do it because we're going to play oil at 10:30. I don't want that to distract us. So if you guys are pretty new for this rate hike stuff, so the price will be very volatile on the rate hike, especially gold. So that might be fun or not fun to trade. But if you want to see rate hike stuff here, so we have a 95% of a rate hike. So if you just look at this, there's a 95% chance of a rate hike. So we look at June's, May's. So the two biggest ones we have to pay attention to, June and March. So we have 10 minutes left until the EIA report. So we're just holding tight for that. Okay, so let's go over the game plan again. We do the reversal of whatever happens. I might take a look at the report for 5 seconds to see the production numbers, and that's pretty much. No, I don't have an entry level yet. I'll tell the entry level when the price actually moves because I'm not going to tell you something when it hasn't happened yet. So I'm gonna go ahead. So I want to see a race to 50, and then I'll short the 50 back down. Or if it dips below 46, we go ahead long. Or if it does nothing, then I don't know. I don't know what to do afterwards. All right, stay tuned. 9 minutes. So I see a bullish move in gold right now. So let's see what's happening. Hammer. I kind of want to go long. I think yesterday was totally oversold for gold miners. That should not have happened. And whoever sold short yesterday got crushed overnight. So whatever. Okay, so my video is not buffering. My internet, there must be something wrong with my internet. So I'm gonna go ahead. Okay, we're back. Whew. So I use Schwab SSE. There's block trading on there. I've only set it to equities though. I don't really trade equities. So for equities, is the pretty much only thing I do with them, other than trading indexes, day trading indexes, is I hold equities. That's pretty much you just go long on equities. Um, you can make money off options, stuff like that, but I'd much rather pay attention to commodities. There's much more volatility, much more price action movement. Um, so I like playing indexes more. That's why I play the GDXJ and not something like GFI. So we have 4 months coming up. So that's why I play GDXJ and not like something GFI. That's why I'll play something like I will buy something like I'll buy a company like I couldn't even I'll buy a company like Exxon or something like that, and I'll hold it for a long time. I won't day trade that. So we have 2 minutes, 2 minutes until EIA report. And you can find the link I posted in the chat here. I will probably pop it up on my screen the moment it hits because the price at 10:30 is going to be nuts. 30 seconds. All right, it's out. So it looks like there's a slight decrease. We're shorting this. Shorting this. 2947 DWT. 2947. That's what I'm looking at. All right, so yeah, so I was able to get DWT at 2940. It's my entry. You should see my screen. There's a 30-second lag when I'm comparing it to I guess my live from I'm watching it live, but I called out the short right after I saw that plus 21,000 barrels per day, plus $41,000 barrels per day. Overall, we can take a 21,000 barrels per day plus 41,000 barrels per day as compared to a year ago. So increasing domestic production. Let's look at imports. Net imports decreased 500 per day, 600. But we're going to see that number shoot up because of Saudi Arabia probably. Refiners 81%, 70 well, imports. Now we just wait. We just wait. 15-minute chart. 'Not that much volume. I expected a little better, to be honest. I expected a lot more volume for this move, but really, there's no buyers or sellers. It's just this long stick candle. But you'll see, like this candle looks pretty like a normal candle. We should see something like this. So there's a huge bull bear fight here, and I'm just watching patiently. Literally a tug of war. This is a nonsense doji. Right about my entry right here. So so it looks like 29 was the low of the day, which is pretty much 48.86, 30 cents up. So if you want to put a stop loss, I would put it at like 28.95 or something like that, 98 or something like that. Just something very like almost there, but not there enough. Let me actually estimate my profit loss here. So I estimate my profit loss. I think I showed around here. So we have our so here we have our three profit loss at three here ratio, which is perfect. So we put a stop here, long here, target here. So we are looking for that 3.53 reward ratio. And plus, the Saudi Arabia crown prince just visited Trump yesterday. So so let's watch this fade. Hopefully it'll fade. You know, it could go up. Boom, baby. Boom. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I love this shit. Okay, I'm gonna exit half here at DWT at 30, just to confirm my profits. Exiting half at DWT 30. Oh, I missed my chance. So I'm gonna exit half soon, most likely when I see it come down to that low again, because that low is certainly going to be tested. So like guys, look for a half exit here if you've been following me. I'm gonna go back to the 15-minute chart. I was just on the 1 hour. I just want to see what happened. So I'm gonna see if there's a hammer on the 5. No hammer on the 5. No hammer on the 15. I still haven't exited half, by the way. The volume is so light that I'm almost afraid to keep all this in much longer. It's too light. There's not enough sellers, so we need to see a sea of red. Okay, I'm out. That was I don't know. I don't know what that was. All right, so I had no idea where that pop came from. I probably should have closed when we went down 30, but it is what it is. If it pushes up to 48.80, I'm going to short it again. That's fact. All right, I'm probably going to short again here. Let's look at gold. I think I'm going to short this again. So we're gonna see a push to 48.80, and then we're gonna short there. Or if this candle is a rejection candle. We see a shooting star on the 5. Not enough for me though. Not yet. I'll show you my chart on the. Close, close, close. This is our target. Our 3-1 target got hit. Buy, close it 29.71. So All right. I've been jamming to some tunes, so I haven't been talking, but I've been typing. So if you can't see what I type, so we went short twice. It bounced back to our entry point. Didn't make any moves. So I just thought it was one big short covering. It wasn't a squeeze or anything like that. Short again, 3-1 profit. Took profit a little early. Doesn't matter. It was about 10 cents or $100 for my trade. But we're up 400 for the day so far. This is for $40 for the day is pretty good. You can probably just not trade for the rest of the day. Be happy with yourself. But since this is a little vlogs, I'm gonna push myself to my limits and see how well I can trade without over trading. So we're gonna go ahead here. We're just gonna watch oil and gold miners, and then 2:30. That's 2 o'clock is when the fireworks start. So in 3 hours, or 2 hours and 30 minutes, we're gonna see some fireworks. So I think oil, the trade here in oil is dead. It's just like it's not doing anything. It's not going down. It's not going up. You can probably buy long here and sell for another 20 cents, and then it's or sell for another like 1% pop. But right here, I'm not really interested in any of this. So man, I wish I held it just a little bit lower, longer. I would have made around 150 more bucks. But it is what it is. We're up 400 for the day, so that's good so far. Let's try to build it to 1,000 before we hit the FOMC, so we have a little bit of cushion for our PL for the day. So now we're seeing the price bounce up. This is okay. So let's talk strategy on gold miners since a fair amount of you guys are in my room because you guys trade JNUG and gold miners. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna wait for the FOMC and see what the price does. Hopefully, at 2 o'clock, the price gets whipped back up and down, and I'm buying the dip on this one for sure because of my analysis of I have done in the past and rate hikes and the effects of gold. They might say gold is not an indicator of inflation. That's bullshit. It is, and if Trump's gonna kill the dollar, he's gonna kill the dollar. If he wants to do something crazy like ban Muslims or not ban Muslims, ban countries that have majority Muslims, which is very similar to what he preached during his campaign, he will do that. So the dollar, I have no doubts that it's going to be lower and lower throughout 2017, the next 4 years, because that will achieve economic. That'd be very good for the United States in general because we have more trading partners, et cetera, like that. Because people can buy, afford American goods. We can't be manufacturing American goods and have foreign countries not even bothering to buy them because they're too expensive. So if we can knock down the dollar a bit, push in some inflation, good for everybody in the world, to be honest. So if anyone has questions, be free to ask me since we're entering this dead period. I'm not trading anymore. We already made good money of oil, so we're gonna hold that trade done up 400 for the day. We're good because I don't see any more down in this or any more up. But let me just uh, divide the sectors real quick. I'm gonna divide the sectors real quick. Yep. So look, I love clone charting because it does such a good job of predicting supports and resistances. For example, look at this clone right here. This is my clone off the top. A clone essentially is taking a range uh, before a breakout at a top or a bottom and replicating and referencing the range. So if you're able to get a replicated range, uh, you duplicate those and clone those each reference range. And each range is the price that we pinged on. And within each range or reference, you can separate that again into quarters. I used to be a Fibonacci trader, and I used Fibonacci, but I found out that what happened was that when I was using Fibonacci, the biggest support and resistance I would use would be the 50% support. So that to me just is awkward because that's not even a Fibonacci number. That's just a 50%, number. So I went ahead and adopted in Mike's method, along with GC Nafe on TradingView. I adopted their concept and I turned it into my own concept, my own strategy. It's been working pretty good. I mean, like you're just taking profits at supports and resistances. There's really nothing too complicated other than having the ability to be a technical analysis and having more than just the supports and resistances, but also seeing fundamentals and also seeing moving averages and such. So that's something you should certainly look out for. It's the clone strategy. You can probably go on TradingView, make an account, and chat with Mike to see what he says about it. But I found the strategy to be extremely useful. Let's take it up in the daily scale here on oil, and you can see how nice the quarterly the reference ranges are. So look at this. My reference range told me, notice all the wicks up here in the dailies on my reference range. It just could not break this. It could not break. So that's why I shorted here at 54 before this. Before that was a long term trade. There's no way this was going to stay 54. So so I saw that here. I feel like we still need to go to the 50-45s, but it's taking its nice time here. It might just drop going into tomorrow. So I'm not too sure what it wants to do. But you see here the clone ranges. So this is my reference range. This is my clone range, and I'm essentially dividing each sector up again. So I'm like so it's almost like a magnified view of the resistance and supports. I don't know what GDX is doing. It should not be down. It shouldn't be like this high. I feel like. Let me look at the doji here. So we're gonna go back to the 15-minute here, just so it's not that boring looking at the daily. So you notice how volume today is just anemic. It's not like it's not like previously. It's very anemic. That's why it's just being ping ponged around. It's really no direction here. SPX is shooting up a little bit. I guess this is the pop from oil, but it's really not doing anything. So you guys can check in back in a little later. I'll still be on. I'll be on throughout the day. You can just click on my links in my stock twits. But yeah, if you want to see my trades, I'll be continuously here. I think I had like 30 people here in one day. That was pretty, 1 point. That's pretty awesome. So I enjoy. Again, I appreciate you guys viewing this. So the purpose of my streaming is not to, get clients or have a group of pump and dumpers. It's essentially uh, essentially just vlogging my trades, so I get a good sense of what I'm doing right, what I'm doing wrong, so I can go ahead backwards and prove myself whenever I do something wrong, like yesterday. So again, I appreciate you guys for viewing. If you like my trades, hit subscribe. I'm a subscribe whore, so give me all the subscribes I want. So oh look, so oil's going down now more. We closed early because I just want to secure profit after yesterday's loss. Um, Fortunately, if you guys are still holding a short here, where we entered around 48.65, we've taken a good dive in here. So there's other guys online that say they make $8,000 a day. They make $10,000 a day. What are they working with? $1 million? Because $1 million can easily make $10,000 a day. Like it all depends on how big it is. And if you're playing options, then I don't like options. A lot of people try to entertain people by playing options because it's the easiest way to make money and the easiest way to lose money because of the leverage you're using. Pretty much you're using leverage when you're playing options that decay. So almost, it's pretty much like an option if you're using ETN. As long as you don't hold it too long, you can hold it overnight. You can hold it for a week if you want to. But if you're trying to hold it overnight to recover a big loss, then you should probably double think that. I'm actually thinking about going long here, oil. To be honest. So, Solistica, welcome. Thank you for joining me here in my live trading room. First of all, I know I've been coordinating with you a lot in Trading View, so it's nice to see you join my room. Thank you. So to answer your question about the rate hike, um, I think everything that's going to happen is going to be the complete opposite of what's expected. You know why? Because we're still trading below that level. I mean, like we can have a good pop afterwards. Um, we can have a great pop after the FOMC, but it's going to get faded again. Once again, we're looking at UJ here. Let's go back to UJ, or we can even look at DXY and UJ on daily scale. So I'm switching my DXY to dailies, right? So 1215 was when we hiked rates. So you'll see that we went from 101 to 102 to 103, back down to 99, up to 102, and now we retraced. So you'll see that after the second rate hike, the bullishness was erased. I think there's two fundamental factors pushing against each other here. So we have the geopolitical risk of pretty much the world imploding on itself, along with Donald Trump and pending elections in Europe that may or may not have nationalists come to power, which could be good or could be terrible. Who knows? You have to find out. So I think that there is a fundamental risk that the economy is improving with inflation, and that's why the Fed's only hiking 1/4%. However, they can't hike because the government today is different from the government 8 years ago. Obama's government was more of a hands-off kind of situation. Trump is more hands-on. Thus is why I think the dollar is going to decline. But we have all these economic indicators which indicate the dollar should be higher. But the higher it goes, the worse everything becomes. So it's like these two polar opposites having a tug of war for the last 2 years on whether or not the dollar should go up and go down. And what happened was, the dollar won after Trump. Bonds were liquidated, and the dollar won out, which caused the rates to go up. You'll see that since the election, we've popped from 95 to 103. But this is granted the fact that all other countries become worse and worse. I don't think that's the situation. I actually think that countries like Japan and Europe, European Union, are strengthening. The one thing I don't really have positive prospects on would be Great Britain, the UK, because you see the UK pound being completely decimated in the last few months because of the Brexit. And I think the euro will continue to move up against the dollar. The cable or the pound will continue to move down against the dollar and down against the euro. So I think the euro is going to get much stronger. It's never going to go below one, at least not this year. I don't think so, unless something crazy happens. It's not going to go down below parity with the dollar just yet. We're going to see probably the 1.2 cable come down. But yeah, so when this rate hike happens, I think there's going to be a huge spike on dollar, and then it's going to be immediately sell the news. Buy the rumor, sell the news. We're buying the rumor. We're pumping up. Notice how in March, the end of February is when the Fed pretty much rate went from like a 40% to a 98%, whatever it's at right now. And that was because of the Fed comments and some of the recent economic reports. And you see, since the end of February, we popped from 112 UJ to 115 UJ. So you see the effect there. I think that's merely just buying the news, and then as soon as FOMC hikes, they're going to completely dump the news. So I'm not too sure what exactly is going to happen, but my thoughts are I'm going to be contrarian. People have saying the market is going to crash for months, for years, and it's never crashed. So now the market's saying, oh, I think the dollars go higher. I think it's to go lower. When Trump won, they were like, oh, the U.S. economy is doomed. We're going lower. Guess what? We went higher. So everything I do now these days is a pretty much contradiction of what's happening. So for U.S. oil, we saw it just rise up into the morning before the EI report. And that's why I decided short, because I'm contradicting the price. It works pretty well, unlike yesterday, where I got contradicted to minus $1,000. Today we play more cautiously. We'll have probably a big trade. We have two little trades, and that $500 is a good cushion for our big trade later today using gold miners. So we're gonna look for the dollar. I'm probably gonna take a quick lunch here. I'll be back around 1 o'clock. I might start streaming some Bloomberg or something like that. But we'll see what happens from here. Okay, so recently in my long count, I've been buying TLT, and I'll show you why. So we're looking at TLT. We're looking at bonds here. So if you look at, I'm gonna switch this to weekly. It might be a little clearer. All right, we're back. Okay, so we're looking at TLT. If you guys can't hear me or if my voice is a little choppy, just let me know. Um, so we have an uptrend from 2011, 2017. So we have an uptrend from 2011, 2013. We got our parallel channel too. All right, we're back. So we're looking at TLT. Oh, fucking technical difficulties all day. Jesus Christ. Okay, so we're looking at a 20-year right here. So the other day I asked, is anyone else buying TLT other than me? All right. I don't know what's going on, but sometimes it just lags out for like 5 minutes at a time, so I had to type. But it looks like we're back for sure now. So it looks like we bottom at the bottom of the channel here. A few days ago, I asked all my followers, is anyone buying TOT? Because all I read on the news is that bonds are being liquidated. No one's buying bonds. Yields are going up. Blah 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 blah. etc. Like that, bonds are gonna die and sink with the ocean. And we have seen the ocean. We see TOT go from 144 to 116, a pretty significant drop. I'm just doing my math in the head. It looks like it's a 20% drop, 20% drop. So here, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to long. A few days ago, I longed here right before FOMC just to see what is going to happen. So I'm going to have a tight stop here on TOT. It's going to be below this low. This is the low here. And we're going to move our stop slightly below the low, right? So if this becomes a lower low than this, I am definitely being more bearish on bonds. But right now, that's not the case. We're still seeing a higher low here, a higher high. So this technically could resume the up move. And that's why I'm looking for at least a 0.5 retrace. Remember earlier I said when I use Fibonacci, I like the 0.5 a lot. So I think there hasn't been any retrace. You see, the only retrace has been 25% retrace, which is nothing because it's just getting pinged up and down. But this bear flag broke and doesn't really look like this is going down any lower. So if I had to make a trade for sure, I would go long on TLT just until 130 most likely. If you enter, it's at 117 right now, so you can probably enter 117 stop loss 116. Take profit 130. And this could be like a long term trade. This doesn't have to be 2 months. This could be 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Who knows? Bonds might actually go higher. But if you're gonna do bonds, make sure you put a tight stop loss. The volatility is very small when you're looking at something like a 3 times leverage. But if you're putting like 100 grand, it's gonna be something for bonds. So we're looking to go long here. You guys think so too? Or what are your thoughts on TOT or any kind of any other bonds or the yield curve? I'd like to hear your opinions, but just from the news I've been going on, just does not sound good for bonds, which makes me want to buy more. So we're seeing. See, this is why I exited the oil trade. You'll see that I've noticed the zigzag. If we zoom out, we just see range here, and the range I don't know is going to break up or down. Look, the range is just stuck here. And that's why I took 2 quick profits on the short because I don't know whether this is bounce up and down. I just took 2 profits. I'm good for the day at 400. So if we're looking at FOMC, so right now we have a 52% chance of hiking again in June. I think that's going to be the next hike. I think the economic indicators come in. The only thing is we cannot underestimate the political risk. We can't for example, this whole thing with Holland and Turkey. That's unexpected, right? Hopefully Turkey doesn't stir up more stuff, but if they do, that's on them. Great for us because that's creating more volatility for the market. But if everything stays constant, we'll likely see the dollar up. But I don't think things are constant. Trump's going to reveal his plans, and he's going to crush the dollar. Um, so I absolutely do not think the dollar will. I think the dollar high for 2017 is already in, to be honest. And if we go up any higher, it's going to double top and drop back down. There's no reason for the dollar to be that strong. It's going to cripple the American economy with dollars being that strong, and and equities are doomed to fail if the dollar goes up that far as well. Because what happens when the dollar drops? Everything goes up, has to come down. So if everyone's investing in U.S. equities because of strong dollar and their equity investments are denoted in dollar bills, what happens when the dollar decreases in power? Everyone's just gonna, the big funds, foreign funds are gonna pull first, and that's gonna leave many bag holders going long. You can already see that in XLE. They've been telling you guys to go long for the last 6 months, while the price has been stuck between 50 in the 50s, low 50s, high 40s. It's been stuck. They've essentially just distributing shares, telling everyone that oil's going to recover. No, oil's not going to recover. It's not like a one year thing. it goes away. No, production issues are serious because I have my friend that works in the oil fields, and they're saying that the oil and gas companies are becoming better and better at adjusting the cost of the barrel. For example, they would improve existing wells instead of creating drilling new wells. Um, they would, strategically drill where it's much cheaper to. I dig up some more information, but my friend is he graduated from Dartmouth, very smart guy, almost made the Olympic team for track. I talked to him. I talk to him very oftenly about oil and see what he thinks. And he's told me that even at $35, his company can make money because his is one of the best. But how many other people can make money at $35 oils? Probably not that many. I think it was at 35 or 40. But he says the people that are going to be hit by oil, and also if the dollar goes up, oil's going to tank, and it's going to hurt a lot of places in the United States, although it's not that much. Uh, so with the oil, it's an indication of inflation. Um, you know what, Richie? There is a coordination, but a lot of the correlations in the past few days, past few months, have been just absolutely thrown out the window. You see gold go up, and you'll see the dollar go up too. You'll see dollar go down, and you'll see gold go down. You'll see dollar going up with equities. Remember in 2015, they were like, "Oh, the dollar is too strong. Thus, our foreign sales will be hurting. Places like McDonald's can't bring that much money back home because um, overseas currencies will be weaker." My guess is just like, oh, that was so 2015. We're moving on to 2017, where none of this matters. So yeah, so TX, so TOT will go down with the dollar. DXY will go up, and equities will likely go down if the dollar keeps on rising this rate. Recently, we have seen a weird correlation of equities going up with the dollar. That's because everyone's just buying the U.S. dollar like crazy. Like no one gives a shit. They're just buying the U.S. dollar because they think that Europe and Japan and other world economies are just essentially doomed. That's the only place for investment because they're looking at these reports and they're looking at the Fed hiking. They're seeing all this good data coming out. Like, why not invest in the United States? I'm not investing in the Shanghai Hang index. No way. I'm not investing in the Chinese indexes. Like, where am I putting my money? I'm putting my money in the American indexes for sure. And I got fooled twice in the drop in August 2015, the drop in February 2016. I thought there was honestly a bear trend coming, but you couldn't fool me three times. And when Brexit happened, I went as long as possible. So honestly, equities can go up to 2,500. No joke. I think equities can go up to SVX here. So so I have my clone reference 2506 since we're above the 100. We're into the new clone. So we have possible 2,500 as the top. Who knows? This could explode and go up another 200 points, 150 points or so. So we're looking at oil here, literally doing just nothing. Like if you're trying to trade this is robots. This is 100% robots. You know why I know? This is called algo trading right here. Algo. This is what everyone's doing these days. Look at this. Buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. Lock the price at 48.40. They're just scalping everyone else's money. Whoever can sell or buy the fastest. This is absolutely nothing's going on right now. All right, maybe I'll take out gold miner trade. Looks pretty juicy right now. So I wouldn't. You can probably go JDST here. You can probably short here. I wouldn't be surprised if that didn't make money, or if that made money. Wow, none of you guys told me my math was wrong. Oh, that's right. Never mind. I think I took fees out of that. That's why. Uh, yeah, so I think I might short miners here. $18.82 JDST. 1880. Yeah, I think I'll go JDST here. So I see a candlestick rejection on the 15. I like this. Gold dropping. I'm going short here. 1887. Seven is the current price. So we're gonna go J Dust here. So we initiated a short 1887 JDST. Okay, so we're in this trade 1885 JST. So what I saw was gold drop down, gold miners was flat, rejection candle on the 15. We're shorting here, no doubt. Both rejection up. So we have a rejection here, 15s, 1885. We're shorting JDST, or we're long in JDST. I'm sorry, shorting miners. So I'm looking for a close here soon on my JDST because I'm really hungry. I gotta eat. So I'm gonna close this pretty soon. I should have closed at 1910 where it peaked down earlier because that's a 1 minute trade that's producing $300 for me. So all right, so I'm looking at technicals right now. There looks like there's a 15-minute hammer that cancels it out, but oils or gold's still dropping, so we're gonna short it here. We're gonna keep this short on here, but we're not gonna keep this for long. This is a very quick trade based off a 15-minute candle. Should be very quick. If you're trading on the 4 hour, 1 hour, that could be a long trade. But this is a 15-minute trade, so. All right. All right. So quick trade. I'm probably gonna go out for lunch now, but I'm gonna keep my stream live. I'll be probably be back. I'm gonna make something real quick. Take me 30 seconds, 30 minutes, maybe at the most, but I'll probably be eating and talking too, so you guys can hear me eat and talk because I'm bored. So we took profit in 1908, 1887. Not bad. Good $300 scalp there. Oops. Look at that channel. Look at this robot trading. I love that. All right, so I'm back. We're gonna discuss a little bit about stop loss since someone previously just asked. So Jonathan Allen, this is this is a little tutorial for you. So of course anyone can close a trade manually or have an automatic system that stops them out the trade or automatically takes profit. So what I like to do is I like to put a mental stop and then put a hard stop. So the hard stop prevents me from losing any more money. Yesterday you see me placing pretty much all mental stops when it was going down. I pretty much had my trigger finger saying limit sell at when the price is going down, so I can catch that. Or if it's too late, I'll just market sell it out as soon as it breaches my mental limit. And if my mental limit doesn't kick in, my physical limit my physical stop loss will take over. So that's a good thing to have because sometimes you can't control your emotions. So here's a little tutorial on how I would create a trade if it's not a scalp like what I did. My trade right there was pretty much based on a 15-minute candle. So I had 15 minutes to trade, usually, or like an hour to trade. Usually, when you have I go by every candle. You can probably take a 4 times move. So if it's 15-minute candle, you can do a 1 hour trade. If it's a 4 hour candle, you can do a day trade or overnight trade or whatever day trade. So my thought is that, and if it's a daily candle, you can probably squeeze a couple days out of analysis out of it. So my analysis on GDXJ here. So what I saw was that. I'm sorry. So what I saw was that on the 15-minute chart, here we have a shooting star. So this morning we gapped up and we were unable to close above 34.74. Okay. Today we dropped down, chop, 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 back up, and this was all because of gold pushing above 1201 again. You'll see that this was rejected on the 15-minute. This was restricted on the 15-minute, right? So on this candle, I'm saying short here because I think I can get a little retrace here. The retrace I was looking for was approximately a 50% retrace based on the uptrend today. So as long as it gets closer to the 50, the better it is, right? But the only thing is that this is a scalp. So what are my stop losses? So my short here, I could have had a better position here, but my stop loss would be above this wick, right? So let's make this a little smaller. So you always want to have a 3-to-1 profit loss, okay? So in oil yesterday, you saw I had my 3-to-1 and it hit perfectly. But I took profit early because I like the manual exit out of trade as well. Especially if I seen if it could go against me. It's better to have a little bit of money than to have a lot of money than a lot of losses. So I'm taking it very slow. If you see my previous trades, only a couple percentage points. Not very greedy, especially oil when I was chopping like that. I saw that the computers took it over pretty much during the next 30 minutes, so I was very quick to take profit on the second drop. So let's look back at this. So I would have my stop slightly above this wick. So if you're shorting this wick, you would have your stop right here. If you're shorting this wick, you're having your stop right. Here's the stop, here's the high, here's my stop, here's the high, here's my stop. Just a few clicks above that candle, in case they try to poke you. Now, where would my profit be? So I would have a 3-to-1 profit ratio. So technically, I should be taking, if I'm shorting here, I'm taking profit here if I'm having my stop loss here. Because if I'm taking profit from here to here, all I have is one trade that hits my stop loss and I'm out. I want to have 3 trades that profit and 1 trade that losses, right? 3-to-1 ratio. So the more trades, you can have a 50% of winning your trades, but eventually in the end, the 3-to-1 ratio would take over. So this trade, if I went to go short for a long period of time, I would have short at 34.50, stop at 34.80, my take profit as 33.90, and you can see here my risk reward ratio is exactly at 3. However, I'm playing leverages, so my leverage returns might be slightly different from GDXJ itself. I might have a different exit entry, or I might have a target price. So if I'm looking to make I can either I don't know. So if I'm looking to make $500, or I can put $500 in my account, leverage it 200 times, and buy something. And if I'm all out 500, that's done for the day. So what you can do is set targets for yourself. Only you can control your targets because my system may not work for you. Your system may not work for me. So it all depends on what what you're trading. So the volatility here, I see it's before a big report, so there is no volatility. There's slight volatility. So that's why I want to take profit quick on the scalp here because um, I saw that this is not going anywhere, especially oil. See, oil is just doing absolutely nothing. Remember, we shorted up in what was it? This we shorted literally right here, 35.60s. We took profit here. We shorted again here, and we took profit here. So we were able to capture these two down moves today. And I showed you yesterday or earlier that my profit loss ratio for a short. So if I'm shorting, so if I'm back when the report opened, I'm replaying through this. I short here, right? So pretend these candles never happened. I put my stop loss above a wick, and then my stop loss down here. Sorry, above the wick, my stop loss down here. We're looking for that 3. So the juicy point is right here, the 3. So if you shorted and you saw this drop right here, you put your stop loss, if you shorted right here, put your stop loss above this candle, and then you put it to the 3. However, you don't have to go by this 3-to-1 profit ratio. If you're using extremely large amounts of leverage, if you're a prop trader, right? You're working for a prop firm, you're only allowed to lose $200, $300, $400, $500 a day, not that much money. They lock your account in, right? So this helps you, but they only start out trading with $500 in their account. They're not allowed to have any more. So me trading with a bigger account, the same exact thing. Once they lose their 500 for the day, they're done for the day, and their leverages are like 200 times. So that 200, so that it's just a ridiculous amount of leverage they're using in order to get what is. So a small, tiny move may lose them 500, but a big move can make them a lot. So it's very easy. It's very difficult to trade on a prop with high leverage because you can never get in the amount that you want. However, if you set your stops to how much pain you can take, that's much, much easier in order to risk manage. When I started first trading, I had a very tough time of managing my own risk. Um, like, for example, if the price was going down, I either would keep on longing it or I would pretty much ignore the price, tell myself it's going back up. If that's two responses to a bad situation, a fight or flight risk. But you have to stay emotionally motionless and just continue on like a little robot. Don't really matter what the past has done. You have to look to the future. That's a critical thing about trading. It's not the past that matters; it's the future that matters. And a lot of people like to dwell in the past, which is definitely not good. So if you're having a bad loss, and you can't force yourself to stop out because you need to put a physical stop. That's something you need to, just swallow and just do it. I had to literally like, yes, just do it, just do it. When I had my first losses, I was pretty much just forcing myself to take those losses. Just like execute, But once it's done, it's much better, right? You feel much better when you're saving money than you are losing money, right? So you got to make sure you're taking profits on your pops and you're taking losses on your bad trades. And if you're a 50% trader, you better be taking losses because if you're taking $100 profit on your wins and then you're taking $1,000 losses on your losses, then that's not good. That's not a good ratio. You should be doing like every time you win money, you win 500. Every time you lose money, you lose 150, right? So if you win, if you do 50-50, technically you're making out with 350 every single time you trade. For every one bad trade, there's one good trade. So it's a 50-50, right? So if you're using that ratio there, 150 loss to a $500 win, you're making 350 per trade at a 50% win ratio, right? So that's pretty much how you set stop. Again, if you watch me trade, I will manually close the trade when I think it's not going to go any lower because nothing is perfect. I'm not going to get 3-to-1 every single time. If there's zero volatility, it might just go up, hit my stop, and then come back down, but never hit my profit. So with a 3-to-1 profit ratio, you're looking for a huge move based on leverage. A huge move based on leverage because you're only looking for a fraction of a move. But if you're not using leverage, if you're just using any normal things, just find any kind of rejection wicks. For example, so I see that this pops up. So at 6, when the market's back open at 6, we have this gap up. So if I were to short this candle, this historically speaking, I would short it with a stop loss right here, right above this candle. So you see how the lines are just right up there, right? And then we take our profit down here. Now that's a 2-to-1 ratio, maybe not that good. It all depends on your exit, but these are my trend lines. So if I want to take this, if I want to, it's like poker pretty much. You get a good hand, you can either play, keep play, or you can just fold and just wait for the next hand. So it doesn't really matter. So it doesn't really matter as a 2-to-1 ratio, at least as long as it's not like a 1-to-1 ratio. Like, oh, I'm gonna put my stop loss here. I'm gonna take my profit right there. No, that's probably not gonna work unless you're scalping, unless you're taking quick trades. Um, so here, 2-to-1, maybe not bad. But what if you had a better entry, right? If you had a better entry, if we were faster on the trigger, let's say we shorted this resistance exactly on this resistance. We waited patiently for this price. We shorted this resistance. We put the wick here, slightly above, and put the short down here, right? Actually, we can do it even bigger here. If we shorted the resistance, we can have our 3 to 5 here. So if you put it a few ticks above the stop against this arrow, look what happens. So we're trading here. So just say I enter a trade right here. I saw it hit my resistance. I'm like, hey, I'm shorting this, right? I short here, price falls down, but I don't even take profit. Let's just say I'm greedy here. I don't take profit when it hits my target. Okay, so you see how it hit my support perfectly, and I'll zoom out here for you guys. It's just essentially a 25 thing here. So you'll see it hit support here, right here, and you see it's channeling through here. I love these resistance supports. I love the strategy. But anyways, so we'll see that we put the 3-to-1 ratio. You can even have it low like this, but you got greedy, right? You're like, oh, I think this can go lower. Psych comes back up overnight, and guess what? Look at this poke. This is a stop loss poke. This is designed to take out these shorts. Notice how the stop loss poke is only a few ticks above the high of the previous wick. So look at this first wick. Look at this second wick. Second wick is just slightly above. That's a stop loss poke. That's why we never put our stop loss exactly at the high. We put our stop loss a few ticks above the high. So this never gets tickled, right? So again, we get our chance to exit down here. So that's the purpose of the stop loss. Never put it to a high. Always put it a few ticks above a high, especially if you, on retrospect, this is very easy to say, but that's how I would strategize. I would put it a few ticks above the wick so my stop loss never gets hit, let the trade mature, and then take profit on my ratio. So if you did not take profit on the ratio in the first place, you had another chance because it never hit your stop. So that's a good way to risk manage. And let's just say the price is dropping down here. I'm short here, and I see it popping back up. I can just take profit right here. I'm still in the green. Doesn't matter. There's still a winning trade. Might have not taken the full amount of gains, but still I played it correctly, and I made some money off it. So that's just a little bit about stop loss and how to manage stop losses. So we're just waiting right now. We have an hour, 20 minutes until FOMC. We see everything trading sideways for SPX for some reason. This is going to get slammed down like it's no other, in my opinion. We might hit 23.83 by the FOMC, but I think this is going to get slammed. Yeah. So we look at dollar. Dollar's not going anywhere. Oil is definitely not going anywhere. Gold miners not doing anything. Gold not doing anything. So we're all waiting for the FOMC. So we're just gonna wait another hour and a half. I'm gonna listen to some jams here. Maybe play some Overwatch, some Counter Strike while we wait. I tend to play maybe a game of League of Legends on my other monitor while I wait. Sometimes it sounds stupid, but I love playing ARAM. The games go by pretty fast and it kills time pretty well because I find sometimes I just fall asleep in my chair if I'm not doing anything. So in ARAM, I'm not playing competitive. Doesn't affect my my silver medals. Yeah. So I might go ahead and do something real quick. I still need to get my food and some water and stuff like that, and get some coffee. And then we'll come back at 2 o'clock and we'll look at this a little bit better. I feel pretty good. We're up 700 for the day. So we technically don't even have to do a trade for the day. I already hit my target of 500 for the day. So technically I could have already had half day, an hour ago. But since this is one of my first video logs, I'm going to trade FOMC just so I can better myself in my future trades. If you lose $700 doing the FOMC trade, then that sucks. That's life. But we're trying to capture some volatility here on this move. Maybe even capture some move into tomorrow. If we have a big move up or down, I'm gonna chase that into the next day because it's I'm wanting to see a short squeeze. I just don't understand how the price of UJ is going up into the report preemptively before the hike actually happens. That to me signals to me the price is going to drop for the dollar and the UJ. Because what stock have you ever heard that has a great earnings report and then you buy into it at earnings report highs, and then guess what happens afterwards? It gets sold out because someone before already predicted that it's going to sell out. That the pop was there, so maybe someone already predicted the pop was here for UJ, and they're going to sell it out afterwards. So that's their whole reason about contradicting. It's just because someone else has a position before you and they're selling out of it. You know why? Because they already got gains on it. So UJ's been going up, DXY's been going up for the last 15 days or so. Very preemptive to the report itself. We're probably get a hike, but in my eyes, I think that this hike would slam the dollar down. Well, maybe not slam. Maybe we get a few ticks higher and then we get slammed down lower. But in my opinion, I don't think this is very bullish for the dollar, considering the total fundamentals. You can't just look at rate hikes. A quarter of a percent is nothing. Like they're trying to deter people from buying houses because mortgages will go up because of this rate hike increase. But you know what? People with money, like it doesn't matter for them. All it hurts is the millennials that can't afford houses themselves. So we're gonna go ahead. I'll be back in a few. If you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask me in the chat. I'll answer them since I'm pretty bored as well. And we'll try to get some more money here in an hour and a half or so, or hour 20 minutes or so, or hour 10 minutes or so. And I can actually put on some Bloomberg or something like that. If you guys want to check that out, I gotta figure this out on my own on my side over here. But yeah, so I'm gonna have to see what I can do here. Maybe I can put a stream of the video on the bottom or the top of the stream. Where you can see little grandma talking. All right, I'm back, guys. So I love smoking my e-cig, right? Or I'm banking on a nugget, J nug, or something like that. I'm looking for a reversal of gold here, man. I'm looking for the dollar to sell off, uh, based on what they say. I honestly don't think there's any strength in EJ. To be honest, it's already in a bearish consolidation down. But if it does break upwards, I'm looking for the double top. That's when I'll long nugget and J nug that. But I just want to say, if you're a trader, there's a lot of stress associated with trading. So if you want to smoke cigarettes and you want to day trade, smoke as many cigarettes as you want to. If you want to be an alcoholic, be an alcoholic. If you smoke pot. You know, as long as if you want to go to a strip club and make it rain for your girl, that's cool too. As long as you have a vice, that's great for trading. Everyone that I know that trades needs a vice, needs something that's bad behavior to reinforce themselves, So that's a little tip. No day trader I know is a normal person. They're all psychopaths. So even me, I'm a psychopath. Because what am I doing? I'm just making money into more money by guessing. So just a heads up to everyone. If you're a smoker, you should probably start smoking a few cigarettes before this FOMC thing hits the fan. Or you can eat a box of cookies, or you could just eat. Whenever I have a bad trade, I love eating. So I love all different kinds of cultures. I love all different kinds of foods. If eating makes you happy and you want to eat when you're done trading, eat as much as you want, get as fat as you want. Doesn't matter. As long as it helps you mentally, the physical part is the easiest part to overcome. So as we get closer and closer to FOMC, I'm not doing any trades. So if you're joining my room late, I am not doing any trades until 2 o'clock. I've already made $700 for the day. I could already quit now, but I'm not gonna quit. I'm gonna keep on going on because I want to see that volatility and what happens to the market, so I can chart out my tomorrow's trades as well. Unfortunately, I may or may not be streaming tomorrow, depending on what I'm doing. I might have some personal things to take care of. Also, my friends from back home from Philadelphia are visiting me, so they'll be over. And so Friday, I'm taking Friday off. So expect my next live stream to be sometime next week or tomorrow. I might get a quick afternoon session in possibly, but just for now, just this will be the last stream of the week. Just put that, and then tomorrow, next week, there might be a new one. But today, we're training FOMC, and that's the whole purpose of the stream. So if you want to see me tomorrow, just give me a heads up or something like that. Maybe I'll start live streaming, but who knows? Um, actually tomorrow I'll live stream because we'll probably have the fallout from the FOMC meeting and the interest rate hike. Maybe nothing happens today. What if nothing happens today? Like for example, gold doesn't go anywhere, dollar doesn't go anywhere, UJ just doesn't do anything. Just like last Friday or 2 Fridays ago when that stuff happened. So who knows what will happen? We got to see the the effects. So far, I see GXJ climbing up on the steady uptrend. In 15 minute, you'll see that it's being held to this uptrend. I'm not sure if this is a bear flag or not. It kind of looks like a bear flag. This kind of looks like it can capitulate. Like for example, if this is a bear flag, then and go ahead and estimate how far it can actually go. So I'm gonna do a quick, nothing formal, quick. So yeah, so we can definitely be so this bear flag tells me if that's the highs in, we can short to a new low. If the FOMC meeting is really that bad for gold, we can literally short to $32, and that's my whole thing. If we see FOMC pop real hard upwards, we gotta first decode what she's saying and just check out the volatility first. Just get a sense of where it wants to go, where the pool is, and then we'll go ahead and make the contradicting trade, which is the long side. Again, we're doing contradicting trades. Everyone is expecting them to hike and for the dollar to go up. But what happens if it doesn't? And I think that's the trade here for today. So again, estimate. We're probably if we're gonna have bearish trend here, bear flag is gonna break between 33. If we see it break 33 at this double bottom, kind of, we can definitely see 32 by tomorrow morning. Or we get a squeeze and we squeeze up to tomorrow's highs. That's also possible, and we break out this downtrend. But right now, my analysis tells me that for every rate hike, the price of gold drops immediately afterwards and then rebounds afterwards. So here we're still looking for a long position, but if it's so catastrophically short, then we'll go ahead and short with them. Just like yesterday, if they're shorting yesterday like they did later today, we're definitely following the short end. But I don't think that's going to happen. I'm going to go ahead and buy the dips here. If it does dip, we might even see just a rip upwards and the dollar just sell off immediately. It all depends on what she says. If she says anything about Trump, any word about the president, it's going to cause a lot of chaos in the market. But she has to address this Trump situation sooner than later, and how she's going to make her policies, because her policies influences Trump's and Steve I can never pronounce Nuchkin, whatever his name is, uh, the Treasury, the Secretary of Treasury. Um, Sorry, someone's texting me. So Trump wants to lower dollar, so she's gonna explain herself what she's gonna do to help Trump's policies of inflation. That has to be addressed sooner than later. She can't just be saying like, "Oh, we're waiting, we're waiting, we're waiting," what she's done for the last few years. She has to come out with hard data that says what she's gonna do and how the market's gonna react. Who knows? We might shoot up to a new high today, or we might just absolutely sell off. If the market starts selling off, it's probably the start of bear trend right there. Because we did reach a high and then we dropped hard from 2400 to 2360, I think 2650 maybe. Right now we're just hovering in the middle. So we're gonna see what happens at 2 o'clock. We got 30 more minutes here, and we're just gonna be waiting patiently here. Yeah, so if dollar goes up, does gold go up? If dollar sells off, then I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Dollar sells up, then gold goes up. Correct. Technically, correlations have been thrown in the window, so who knows? Remember, gold is a global currency. It's the least used in the United States, so we're relying we're relying on USA just to not short it pretty much. So higher the dollar goes, the better the bankers feel about themselves. And less gold they have to carry us. It's pretty much opposite of the dollar because it's not backed by the dollar because gold doesn't back the U.S. dollar anymore. So this is this is John Oliver, right? This is John Oliver. Now I'm gonna switch it over real quick. All right, John Oliver talk show host, right? They look either identical. Maybe just like John Oliver looks like an identical version of him. Let's go back and forth. So now, so judging by the low volume today and why the price would go up for no reason prior to it, it just tells me that those shorters that have been shorting gold are actually covering. Surprise, surprise. And guess what? GDXJ is floating upwards now. So I don't know that that's a good sign, but the fact that we're up here in the highs before even it happens is kind of worrisome because I think everyone's see. This is when I like to use stock twits to make a prediction on the price because if I go on the stock twits feed, I see that like 8 out of every 10 posts is just spam going long. I'm gonna go short because they're not right. That's the only reason why I have a stock Twits account. It's because just to see what everyone's feeling like. They have a good bullish indicator or messaging on the right hand side, and you can put your bearish or bullish whatever you want tag within your post. So it's a good idea to see which users are going long, which ones are being bad traders, and where they're going, and seeing how they think. So it's very helpful to just to get a sentiment. And if we go to the sentiment, if you go to like the J, or if you go to let's go to just JDST for now, the short, right? I'll click on that right now. Or they bring it for a better short. That is correct. Yeah, but here we just see it's ranging. So we see gold. So I have my resistance at 198 and at 201 almost. So you just see like if I were to go into a smaller time frame here, it's just getting pinged up and down, just robotic trading. What is different here is that JNUG or in GDXJ, it's just going up sideways but flowing up. The higher it gets, the more concerned about long because that's usually they're buying the news, they're going to sell the news, right? They're going to buy the news, they're going to sell the news. So I'm not too sure what's going to happen, but gold and GXJ were just so battered down yesterday. Gold hasn't moved in like a week, if you notice. It's been trading sideways around this 1200 level for the last few days. It's not moving at all. I want to see a little bit more life from gold. I want to see it drop into the 1 o'clock. So we have 30 minutes left, so there's plenty of time left. But right now, I'm just looking at the price. Nothing to worry about. I don't have a trade open. Um, I'm looking at SPX. See, this is why I hate. I used to be almost a pure SPX trader. So from 2014 to 2000, well, pretty much like the end of last year, I traded SPX almost on a daily level as if I was trading gold miners. This is because it's an index, right? But so far, if you're looking at the historical price of what's happening, you'll just have these huge moves up, and then it'll fall back down and then trade sideways. So this sideways trading is just so garbage. Like, look at the consolidation from January. Like, if you're trading as a day trader, like, what are you gonna do? Just take quick profits and quick exits, and it's gonna bore you to death. It might go up like 2 or 3 points within like a few hours, back down 2 or 3 points, and then it just travels sideways, right? And then something random happens for no reason, and it gaps up. And then something random happens, and it just gaps up. It just doesn't. It just to me, SPX is very hard to trade because it's not going anywhere. I mean, when it does go somewhere, I'm likely not even in the trade because they're just moving the futures up and down. They're just gapping. So what I've been noticing is that they've been gapping down the futures at night, and then in the morning they gap it down some more, and then they just ramp it back up at 3 o'clock. So they're just selling it all off to the retail crowd, and then just bumping it down lower so they can. So the retail buys back in the morning, and then they'll just sell it off overnight again. So it's just like a vicious cycle almost. It's like I don't understand how you can trade this. Like these are my resistance levels. I think I did a good job of it. If you notice here, my resistance at 2400 was perfect. So you'll see this is my top of the clone here. We went from 25 to 25. This is consolidation 25. That was a one full clone move to 2400. Hit the top perfectly, I'm happy because actually, to be honest with you, I was pretty much long gold before the Trump election, but somehow I found myself long equities as well for some reason as well. I guess I wanted to see it as a hedge. Unfortunately, my gold trades didn't work out that well, but my equities, oh my god, have shot up so high. It's just amazing to see it go to 2,400, and I think we have 2,500 in store. As long as we can break up into a new high, if we can break this $2,400 level in SPX, we can easily go to 2,500. That would be no problem, especially with chasing. But if you see here, my pink line, this pink line here, it's the 200 exponential moving average on the 4 hour chart. Even though I have a 1 hour chart here, it's the 4 hour, so it'll always be the same. So I'm looking for a retrace down here. I'm looking, see, so every time something happens, it usually comes down, retraces, and touches this as closely as possible before going back up. Right, so I'm looking for another touch of this pink line before elongate. Now, if this pink line breaks, okay, it doesn't mean it's super bearish. It could be, I mean, if this pink line breaks, this 200 EMA, it might be a little few days of selling, but you just have to watch if this 200 EMA on the 4 hour. I like the 4 hour because it's a long time frame and a short time frame. It's not like a day, which is much longer, but so or like the 15 minute. You know, I've been showing you guys a lot of the 15 minutes, and I'll usually announce what time frame I'm looking at, but you can probably judge by time on the side. I here 324, so you know for I accidentally cut out the 4 hour and the symbol that shows you what time frame I'm looking at. So I will re-implement that back in the next video stream. But I just don't know how you can go for a 1.5% pop here, like just boop, 1.5%, and then it's faded. It's absolutely faded, and we're just back to slightly above where we were in January. And if you've been reading all the estimates for Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, they're all saying like 2,400 is the highest we'll reach in 2007. 2,400. Well, we hit 2,400 in the first 2 months. So what now? We go higher? We go more contradicting? Do we go higher from here? We go lower from here? Do we crash? Now, a crash would have to depend on political risk or some kind of crazy terrorism thing that happens. That's the only reason why I see crash. I think everyone is trying to prevent both the feds and the government are preventing a crash from happening. Even if that means screwing over future generations, they will prevent anything to happen now and pretty much pass it down to their successor. So the Fed right now is managing their problem, being squeezed in a tight corner between two polar opposites of administrations. So I think that maybe Janet hikes here 0.25% and then says something very dovish, such as we're monitoring the geopolitical climate or we're monitoring this, et cetera, et cetera. But it looks like a JNUG's making a move here, so I'm gonna go look what's happening. Wow. So big short covering is going on right now. So we're looking at JNUG. Remember I said I wanted to go long, but look, the long trade is already exploding off. So I'm not too sure whether or not this is preemptive or something got leaked, because I know that one Fed meeting actually got leaked on like Wall Street Journal before or something like that before it actually came out 20 minutes before. So I'm looking at CNBC. I'm watching CNBC right now. Power lunch is going on right now. But I'm just, what the fuck is that? Jesus. What the hell is that? Where did that come from? Must be some shorts closing out. It has to be shorts closing out. No one would spike a price up that high. Nothing else other than one guy coming in, closing, squeezing shorts for a little bit. So I have my 15-minute chart on the left, 1 hour chart on the right, and we're just gonna wait here another 20 minutes until. Jonathan, I'm not too sure exactly what your entry point is. However, we saw a new high just pop up now 20 minutes before the report. So someone is adjusting positions according to that. I'm not too sure it's someone's buying aggressively, but to me, since the price was so decimated in the last few weeks, it can only mean short covering to me. They're just essentially closing it out. And what Julia said, they might be getting a higher short in, right? They might be getting that higher short in. Who knows what they're doing? But to me, this is very irregular price because it's not trading sideways anymore. It broke up to a new high. So I actually see here, we saw the other algorithms take advantage of that price and immediately shorted as close as 1204 price as possible. Now we see this going back down. So it definitely looks like one big cover. And then someone else came in. All the robots came in and just sold off their longs. They accumulated down here. They're just picking the price back and forth. You notice this is pretty much chops to the sideways between $4 or $5. Not really significant. But that is something to note because GXJ took off with it. So the algorithm. Okay, here let's look at UJ. You see what happened here? Because look, so we have the 1-day charts on each side. Let me flip to the 1 hour charts for both. So that was the cause for the pop in gold. So we saw the UJ totally broke support here. Totally broke support. Right? That's the reason for the drop. So they saw a break in this uptrend. So this is, see. So let me ask you this again. So if the FOMC is so bullish for the dollar, why is it dropping like this prior? People taking profits? Sure, understandable. But why is it dropping? Why aren't there more buyers and sellers at this point? I think the dollar here is screwed after this rate hike. I think the dollar is already dead. No matter what the Feds can do, the dollar is dead because Trump is way more powerful than Yellen just by his actions. And we'll see. We'll see here what happens here in a little bit. I'll be looking at both dollar on the right, UJ on the left. I'll be looking at U.S. oil. I'm not too sure if you guys are still in the U.S. oil trades. It looks like it declined even further after my trade, but we're already exited that trade. I took 400 off that trade. That was a great 2 trades I had within 1 hour. Bam, we made $400. That was great. So I might just not look at oil anymore. So if you're trading oil, just let me know. What So I'm gonna close out my oil here because I'm not gonna look at it anymore, and we're gonna take more looks at GDX and GXJ. Oh, okay. Now I know what we're talking about. Yeah, there definitely is a head and shoulders here. So if you look at the dollar, you can see multiple head and shoulders here. So yeah, exactly. I totally see it too. Um, Let me get my head and shoulders. So you can see two head and shoulders here, right? You see one, right? So then we have one head and shoulder there, just within the last 2 months. Look, watch this. Inverted head and shoulder, right? And then we have this other one. And the head shoulders pattern is totally breaking down. Okay, so I just turned the gain up. So if you hear this, I hope it doesn't kill your ears. All right, so if you can hear me a little better now, I hope you guys can hear me a little better. I'm actually using I have two mics here. I'm listening to music while I'm talking as well. I'm not too sure if there's a conflict there, but yeah. So Julia, you are right. We see this. We see these two head and shoulders here, or three head and shoulders. So we here. So this is the head created from. No, that's not it. Okay. But these are just three 1 hour head and shoulders. Head and shoulder, head and shoulder, head and shoulder. Reversal, reversal, reversal. So who knows what's going to happen here? The dollar is actually going bonkers, and we have 15 minutes left. So here, I'm going to look for another head and shoulders on the 4 hour chart in DXY. Here's my head and shoulders. This is okay. So one of my mentors, he's from Singapore. He does a very good job of trading UJ. So he pointed out this kind of formation of this head and shoulder. Oops. So we see this head and shoulders, right? So we have another head and shoulders here that's possible. So I'm not too sure if that's gonna go back down or what's gonna do, but we just gotta wait for it. But I do see this other head and shoulders. What I'm afraid of, or not really afraid of, is what I'm looking for. If it doesn't drop like this, I'm looking at it for it to pop up this way, break up here, right, and then just drop down this way. So I'm either looking for immediate drop, but in either scenario, at the double top or at so it makes the M formation at the double top, or we just complete this head and shoulders formation. Either way, I think the dollar's coming down. There's no way it's going to continue going up to new highs and new highs. And we see the euro. That means like the Europeans are just pretty much decimated in their economy, which is they're not. That's not what's happening. Go back to the 1 hour. We have 15 minutes left before the stream ends. Before the FOMC meeting starts. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna turn on my mic for a little bit and take a little break, and I'll be right back. Oh my god. It is so cold outside. Hey, Jonathan, the only thing I would mention to you about doing that is that you don't take losses both ways. Just like me revenge trading yesterday, that's how I lost a grand. Revenge trading, not good. Dude, something has to have leaked. This is just weird to me. I've never seen something do this. Someone knows something's up in gold. This is not normal stuff happening 10 minutes before the report actually comes out. BAC is something I bought back in 2008. See, banks are tough here because look at XLE. All right, XLF. Why hasn't XLF been more bullish? See, why are we going down? You know, like we're just going. Why is this sideways? All right, so if you look at my chart right now, looks like gold is pushing against resistance. If this 1204 goes away, we're looking at 1207. And this is a certain breakout. This is 100% of a breakout if it breaks out here. If gold breaks out here, you better buy that retracement. I'm just telling you right now. This break is going to be a huge, huge squeeze. This is a 15-day or 1 week drop down squeeze. Notice we have this trend that has already been broken, retraced. Now we're going back up. So if this 1204 gets shattered and it remains above 1204, I'm logging into Thursday, 100%. Just like on Friday, we see that break and we see that little squeeze. We're going after it. But I've been preemptive here, right? I'm jumping to conclusions before anything happens. Gold can go to 1180 today if it wanted to. It all depends on what the big guys do and what they correlate with that. Us little guys, we can just take a little bit of their money. 7 minutes. See, that's something I'm not too sure what's going on. This is very weird to me. It just feels something. It's not even that much volume either. I mean, it dropped yesterday. Honestly, I think John, you were trading with me yesterday, where I lost that money going long with miners. It's just like the price is still stuck here in the 1203. It's not like it's really that bullish, but gold miners is overextending itself based on that. So we're gonna have to look at where the price goes. You'll see huge volatility as soon as in 5 minutes. my God. Thank you guys for joining in. We have 51 people watching. I really appreciate the support. And be free to chime in the chat to see what you think of. And I'll give my own opinions as well and what happens here. 4 minutes, 2 seconds. Okay, we're seeing SPX drop into the FOMC. We're seeing DXY pop up, UJ pop up a little bit. We see gold coming down a little bit. So that last pop we saw in gold miners just got erased within the last few minutes or so. Whew! So 157, we're almost there. 2 minutes left. 2 minutes 4 seconds. TZA, is that small caps? I think that's 3 times leverage small caps, is it? Or is it I don't remember what that is. All right, boys and girls, let's do this. 1 minute or 1 minute 30. So, okay, so right now, think of it like a football. If you play soccer or whatever, football, whatever you're from part of the world, right now we're playing defensive. So we're not on attack. We're playing smart. We're playing defense. We're protecting our capital in case if the shit hits the fan. We're playing defense. It's defense, although we're playing offense. A good defense is better than offense. So I played goalie lacrosse for all my life. So defense is key here because of the volatility. Lose 3% in short-term rates in the next 3 years. And the 10-year, I know we've had a lot of talk around this 261 level. Bill Gross's comments about the technical importance of it. The real level in my mind is closer to 3. And our work shows that when we get short-term rates to 3%, that we'll probably be at the point of slowing the economy and reducing the recession. So I think we're along the curve is fairly well priced, but we still are vulnerable in the 6 year area of the Treasury curve. And Karen's point earlier, I think that we should be watching the bond. I'd like to see I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea. Oh my God, gold's going up. Go long, 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 long. Long, 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 long. Long. Oh, fuck. All right, this is the volatility kicking. So if you don't chase this, if you already chased this, don't chase this because we hit the top of the channel. Don't chase if you haven't caught this already. Don't chase if you haven't caught this already. 661, 659. 659, entry, go in. So we're waiting here. $650. Boom. I got 653. We're entering. $653. I got in 653. I got in 653. I'm monitoring it. I can't update my status right now, so I'm looking at it. I'm in 653. Holy fuck. All right, so I'm gonna switch over here. DX UJ broke down below 400 EMA, so did DXY. So we're gonna see a huge fight here. Huge fight. So we're seeing EJ here. It's bouncing possibly. Bouncing. There could be a bounce all the way back up, and we can erase all these gains. So just be careful here. All right, I'm just watching right now. 653 is my entry. I don't know if it's your entry, but let's cross our fingers here if we're bulls and we go higher. I'm looking at this 12, 13 level. I'm looking for it to break. I'm in here 653 with 3,800 shares. I'm trying to get some big money here. So let's go up. Okay, guys? Let's go up 1212. Let's hit that 1220 today. Let's hit that 200 EMA 4 hour 1220, 653. I am in here. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh, my hands are shaking.
Well, and I think that's going to give us a pretty good footing for here in the next week or two. A lot of people have been off here. There was heavy shorting in the last week or two, and now that the market is rallying,
Baby, let's go, baby. 653. We got this. We got this, boys and girls. 56. 1213 cracking. 1213's over. You're done. You're 1220. We're going to 1220 next. 1219 next level. If we can breach this channel here, if gold can breach here, we are going to the fucking moon tomorrow. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Ooh. All right. I'm so sweaty right now. My armpits are so sweaty, and I don't usually sweat. 213, 1213. Actually, I do sweat a lot. 1214. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. 675, J-Nug. Let's keep this moving. Let's get 30% today. Let's go. 30% today, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. 1213 breach. 1219 next. Let's go. We have volume. We have volume behind this move. We have everything behind this move. Let's switch to UJ real quick. Look, crashing. DXY dropping. Everything predicted. Everything we talked about this morning going as planned. I love when the plan works out. It's the most beautiful thing that's ever happens. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Next support. 113.2. Next support on DXY. I have no clue because I didn't chart it. 13.2 right now we're looking for. 13.3 in UJ. That's the drop we're looking for. It's completely breached this 400 EMA, this pink line. It's done for. It's over. As Kevin O'Leary would say, UJ, you're dead to me. You're dead to me, UJ. Let's go, baby. Oh, we stopping here? We stopping here? No, don't stop here. Okay, it's only 2 o'clock, guys. It's only 2 o'clock. Plane stop. Ooh, what's going on here? Oh, were we not able to break this 12-13? I'm surprised not a lot of gold shorts are being squeezed to death right now. If I was a gold shorting at 1200, I would be covering my ass off. That $13 pop, especially on like a huge leverage trade, I would be covering my butt off. That's why I never trade gold directly. You can trade gold as an American citizen, but I refuse to use that much leverage on the trade. Oh, baby. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Let's go. Let's go. And I'll go ahead. I'm gonna set my stop loss. I'm gonna stop loss limit, and we're gonna stop loss limit here where we entered 653. enter your stops now, please. We're not losing money on this trade. This is a great pop for us. Hey, Jonathan, don't get too discouraged. Things happen day to day. Don't take it as this will be a lifetime of losses. You made $4,000. You lost $4,000. You got a learning lesson for $0. We're good.
Because the big banks like Bank of America, who have a very stable deposit base, whose deposit costs are not sensitive to the short-term movement rate, really need a steeper yield curve in order or higher rates in order to make money off that deposit. So as rates are coming down, it's impacting their earnings adversely. So I'm not surprised to see financials sell off when you see a bond market rally. No, I think this may be different.
I'm gonna look at EJ real quick. I might take profits on this.
You know, obviously when the yield curve flattens, as Scott said, you're going to see financials get hurt, things like utilities and REITs get helped because they're so insensitive to the long end of the
I'm not too sure what all the other stuff it is. It could be, look, so I have this 1213 level right here. If this is unable to 1213, we're going back down to 1198. That's for sure. Excuse me. 1213. I'm looking at this 12. I'm looking at this 670 JNUG exit possibly. So I might go ahead and take half real soon, and then let my rest of my half slide. It's just all matter of preference at this point. We're not gonna lose money because if you took my advice, we have a stop at where we entered, and so I might take half here just to make myself feel good. You know, like it's never bad taking money off. And then you'll hear me cursing an hour from now when this shoots up another 15% or so. I'm just kidding. But I'm looking for profit taking. All right, so I'm here. I'm drenched in sweat. Sweat. My hoodie is literally soaked in sweat, and it's so fucking cold that I hate this. But we made money, so we're good. 668 exit. Exit half my shares. We're about to we're about to ride out the rest of the half because there's a press conference coming up. So we're gonna see um, where exactly what exactly they say. Okay, I think I might exit the rest of my shares here, possibly. I'm gonna take a look at the 5 minute scale here. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that. Do I like that? I don't know if I like that. I don't like this candle right here. This last previous 5 minute right here. I don't like that candle. Not a fan. Ooh, that was fun, wasn't it? That was really fun. I like that. This is why I day trade. We're holding, guys. We're holding. All right, I'm gonna take a look for oil for you real quick. Hold. Yeah, baby, let's go. We got another 1,900 shares. We're riding this baby all the way up. All right, oil. Boom. All right, so we're looking at oil real quick. Remember, I'm still holding 1,900 shares. We're not done with this. I don't think it's done. We still got 2 hours left in the day, guys. 2 hours left in the day. Oil, we're breaking upwards. Dollar is going down. Inverted head and shoulders. There's an invert here. So if you're long, that might be a cue to hold your long still, right? Next level, 49.78. Again, I think we're gonna test 50. We're gonna test 50 here and go in oil. I expect a 50 test. Taking profit. All right, so I'm out of all my trades right now. So we can. I might buy the dip if there's a significant dip here. I'm actually gonna buy the dip. You know what? That's not a question mark. I'm gonna buy the dip here if it does dip down. Oh fuck! It's going up a little higher. But if okay, so we're gonna look for a break of this support then, this resistance. Target 37.50. I'm thinking about longing this again. All right, I'm checking my other stuff right now. I'm just looking at my other SPX and stuff like that. So we're seeing this little bounce here. But we're seeing J not go up. I'm not chasing this. This is not good. It's going up too high. Resistance is not being broken. Maybe something else. Yeah, so I think it's a little bit overextended now. I would short this if I wanted to short this, but I'm not running into a brick wall here. So I'm seeing if I'm not the Hulk. So all right, great. Of course, I should have held. Like an idiot, I sold out too early. I always find myself selling out too early. But I guess that's a good thing because I was close to my losers too early as well too. Well, too early as in I don't lose that much money. So I feel comfortable watching this first of all. So literally no retrace. Good for you guys that held on. We're out with 1480 for the day. Not a bad day. So Janet's talking right now. Man, I'm soaked in sweat. It's likely. So this first part where she's just talking, it's not really much because it's already been released at 2. Essentially, her transcript gets released along with the FOMAC thing. What we're looking for here is the what we're looking for here is sorry, I got distracted by this text. So what we're looking for here is the Q&A session. Q&A session should be pretty interesting here. So we're up 1480 for the day. 4 trades, 1480. Hey guys, so if you like my trades today, if you want to see me trade further later, later at another time, just hit subscribe. I post on Twitter and Stock Twits all the time, so you can welcome to find my live stream there. But if you do like my stuff, I would, it'd be awesome if you can get a subscription because I don't know. I guess that's the whole thing about YouTube, right? Oh, you know what I just realized? My mic was off this whole time, and I was talking into nothing. So I apologize for that. Um, so, um, so we're here 12:13. 12:13. We're going up. Um, we're gonna hit 12:20 soon. We're gonna hit this 37.5. I'm not too sure when I cut off my audio, but we're gonna hit this target of 37.5 here. That's for sure. And meanwhile, when this is 37.5, this will hit 12:20. So yeah, we're gonna hit the 1220 in gold, and we're gonna hit this 37.50 J nut. So if you're following along right now, we took profit way too early, but that's just how I trade. If you want to ride this up, you're welcome to do so. Wow, 30% today. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Could have made 8 grand if I started from the day. So shame on me, whatever. Incredible. This is one of those full mech moves. So now you guys, if you've never traded with me in FOMC time period, now you understand the volatility here. Extreme whip. So I'm actually surprised that there was no bearish retracement. This is pure bull. So we hit that target 37.5, but I'm not in an active trade now. So you're fine, dude. You recover. Everyone recovers. We just move forward from here. I suggest to you, if you're going short, don't go short because this is a 30% up. We're going up another 30% tomorrow, probably. If we don't go up 30% tomorrow, I'll be very surprised. Or not enough 30%, like 20%, I would say. Wow, this is incredible strength. Incredible. Extreme whip volatility. So let's take a look at U.S. oil. U.S. oil not making that many moves because again we have the supply and production problem. SPX, we're going up to hit 2400 tomorrow. That's probably gonna happen. UJ, into the dirt. You're done. You're dead to me. Dead to me, UJ. You're dead to me. All right, we finally see some gold retracement here. Finally, at the 3750 mark. You know, shorting is hard on gold because you have to see, it's just such volatile moves. Gold can move down $1, and gold miners can go down 5%. You know, it's just very crazy. I honestly hate to short myself. The only time I've ever lost a significant amount of sum of money on gold miners is when I went short. It's just it's so gold is just so for me, I'm located in the Eastern time zone. I play the American markets, um, the U.S. markets. So that 2750 looks like it was a sweet spot. 3750. I'm sorry. What did I write here? Yeah, 3750. Yeah, so that 3750 was a sweet spot. Do you see this 200 EMA? So if you're looking at both of these maps or these charts, you'll see both the gold and gold miners. They touch the 400 or the 4 hour 200 EMA, 1219 for gold, 3750 for gold miners, and then they're popping back down. So this is honestly, I'm kind of pissed at myself for not making another 2 grand out of this, not squeezing another 2 grand. I should have held. I think I got overly excited. I just want to take my profits because of yesterday's loss. Again, we're just looking here. If you're long, go long for tomorrow. I'm probably going to be long at the end of the day, to be honest. I'm going to be long in here. Light sweet crude oil, of course, dude. So we traded Oscar. So we traded oil a little today. We took a little bit on the downturn here. So our trades were based off the FTC. We made a little bit of scalping off this chop here. But crude, you see, it's not responding at all. Not responding one bit to FOMC. You see that there's this huge volume in, but it's not going anywhere. It's not even above 49 yet. So here we can see the true meaning of. So oil should shoot up. So since oil is a global commodity, obviously if you're buying it US dollars, the more the US dollar is worth, the more oil should be worth, right? So in this case, dollar goes down, or I'm sorry, the higher the dollar is, the lower price oil should be since oil is denominated in US dollars. So if we see oil not making any moves towards 50, like gold, look at the difference between the 1 hour pop and oil, and then I'll switch to gold here. Look at the 1 hour pop in gold, right? So very significant pop compared to oil. So that means here production is still affecting. Production is totally affecting the output of oil. So that's why we don't see this bullish movement up above 50. I honestly expected oil to shoot up from here, but I guess that so many shorts came out. This might actually be a better play, or just as good play. I would short crude here at 48.85. I would totally short crude 48.85. That should be a play right there because I see no movement from oil, zero movement for oil while gold is being this bullish. So if you want to, tomorrow we'll close this gap likely. I think we're going to be at 35.56 tomorrow. I think that gold is just going to explode from up here. We're going to see 1,400 by the end of the year. So if you want to go gold miners, follow me. I actually accumulated a lot of GDX and GXJ around this $33 period. Because what was happening when I saw down here was that the price of gold was steadily going down. Do you see my cursor line up to the time period? So gold was going down here, but we bottomed in gold miners at 3.7 March 7th, and we'll see on March 7th gold was still trading at 12.20, right? So you'll see this huge spur of bullish movement that gold goes down, but gold miners holding solid. So what happened was I went into my long-term account, 401k, and I bought a ton of gold miners in the 33s. I've also had gold miners from the 39s as well. So I averaged down. I'm in here, I'm in here. So I averaged down on my position, on my long-term position. This is a position that's going to be more than a year. And what time is that? What? This is a 1 hour chart. This is a 1 hour chart. So if I'm looking at this oil chart, this is on a 1 hour chart. I'm sorry that I don't have the time frame in. I will put that into the picture next time I stream. I promise that for sure, because I do realize that it's difficult to see the time frames when you're just looking at the time down here. You can't really see that's an hour bar unless you're rewinding the time. So that's an hour right there. So here we're seeing gold being pushed up, gold miners pushed up too. This is an incredible big win. And we're playing today was a very safe day for me. I played it safe. And it turned out to be very good. I'm happy with the profits. The thing is that if you're trading right, if you're a good trader, you should be missing out on a lot of profit. Because if you trade that way, you'll be also missing out on a lot of losses too. So today I missed out on a lot of profits, just like I missed out a lot of loss yesterday. Remember, all you need is pretty much $2,000 a week, and you will get 100K a year, right? Little bit by little bit, $500, $400 per day. So I operate on a weekly basis. I operate, see how my weekly gains are. If I can hit 2K for the week, that's a good week for me. Crude oil, I think is done. Again, I would be shorting this pop here in crude oil. That's my take. The farther it goes to 40, the farther it gets to 50, the larger my overnight position would be, and I would certainly take out some USO puts too. What you can do is take out a huge. So what you can do is short crude using puts, or I'm sorry, short USO straight up using DWT or USO, and then just buy some calls to hedge. But right now it's looking pretty good. Again, I just want to thank everyone for joining my room. If you joined late, welcome to my room. Again, I thank you guys very much for following me along, all 34 of you guys right now. I think when we peaked, we had over 50 people in the room. That's awesome. Makes me feel empowered. You're boosting my ego. So I'll be on probably till the end of the day. There's probably not a trade left in here to squeeze. I would be rather, if you're going to go overnight on a position here, long. Do not short this. Do not short gold miners. We are long to tomorrow. I'm looking for a place of entry. My place of entry would be around 36.92 probably. Again, what I was doing earlier, I was again I said GXJ longs here. I have longs here at 39, I think 38 or 37.90, and then I have longs here at 33 something. I don't remember. I accumulated down here. As it was bottoming out, we see the bottoming process. We shoot up, we squeeze for how much was it today? We squeezed for 28% on JNUB. It's incredible. In your market, do you follow 10:30 a.m. and the 2 p.m. news? So I guess you're in a different time zone than I am. I wake up I wake up at 8 o'clock usually, or I try to wake up. I have my alarm set at 8:20 or 8:15. Actually, I have two alarms: 8:15, 8:20 in case when the snooze doesn't work. But I wake up. I look at the 8:30 reports coming out from the USA, usually at 8:30. I don't trade anything until 9:30. I never trade in the pre-market unless I'm dumping off shares for profit. So I look at the 8:30 reports. I look at the 10:30 a.m. report. Oh, okay. I think Oscar, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about oil. That's right. So it's 10:30 EI report. So that's the whole reason why I got on earlier before the FOMC. I wanted to see how much money I could take from oil, and luckily we were able to make like $500 from oil. What was it? $400 from oil. And then two o'clock is when I start my New York Mercantile Exchange closing. So from 2 to 2:30, I'm looking for a flux of inflow of volume, so that can determine where it wants to go. So today, fortunately, it was programmed the same time as the FOMC move, and you'll see that the pit closed out and we squeezed for a tiny bit in oil, only for a tiny bit in oil. It's again. Remember I said 48.85. I'm probably going to short that because it's breaking above 48.80, which is my support here or my resistance here. This is a short. Oil's dead. Get it through your heads, guys. Oil is dead. There's nothing coming back to oil unless we see those EI reports that I posted earlier. If you scroll up, you should see the links to EI reports. I'm talking through what happens. I saw there was an increase of 21,000 barrels per day, and last week they were increasing it per day. So if they keep on increasing it 20,000 barrels per day, eventually become over $100,000 in a month, right? 100,000 barrels per day increase is a lot, right? That's 700,000 barrels, almost a million increase per week. So if we keep on increasing like this, the only thing that can happen is that the price will go down. And those Saudi Arabians, man, they are crafty people. If I was scheming, no, a definition of a schemer, someone who schemes, is OPEC, right? OPEC does whatever it can do to influence. There's a reason why the crown prince of Saudi Arabia was in the White House today. They were talking about oil and what they're going to do about our alliances in the future. And their alliances is that they put the output ceiling in November, right? November or December was when they announced the production ceiling for OPEC, where they cut out like Indonesia from it, and they just manipulated the numbers a little bit to make it look like they were cutting, but they were not cutting. Well, even that minor cut for Saudi Arabia is hurting them. So even though that minor cut is hurting Saudi Arabia, so what we're going to do over here on their side is that they're going to increase production. They're going to pretty much tell their friends in OPEC, in the cartel, hey guys, we're going to increase production. We're going to, we can't, we're already operating close to maximum output, but guess what? Iran's going to start maximum output. Libya, Egypt, or I don't know if Egypt has oil, but Libya will maximize output. Even random countries like Nigeria, Venezuela, of course, they're going to follow. If Saudi Arabia is the leader, it's follow the leader for oil. And if Saudi Arabia is going to increase their production, a country like Venezuela is totally going to probably increase their production as well, because it's just a power grab, So that's why oil would never get to 60. I think in the close future, in the near future, we won't see 60 unless there is a huge war or something like that. I think oil's screwed. We're going down in 30s, to be honest with you guys. Sometime in the future, we're going to go down to 30 oil, and then everyone's going to panic and say, where's inflation? There won't be any inflation. They're going to rate hike, and that's probably where the market's going to collapse. At the point where all this manipulation by the central bankers and all this financial derivative, one day is going to collapse upon everyone. And all it takes is a trigger. For example, if no one can stop the bloodbath of oil, if everyone buying these future contracts, not necessarily buying physical oil, but buying future contracts and then just liquidating their position because they're getting margined out, that would totally affect the physical market just like it does in gold. So here I'm looking for a retrace of 36.92. It might or may not hit that. We have an hour left, but it's looking pretty good for us long. So just hang. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So I have a long-term short, Oscar, from 54. So I'm going to pull up this chart for you real quick since you're asking about oil. Let me find that chart. So I initiated this trade a few months ago, back actually the beginning of February. So 2 months ago, I noticed that there was this bearish divergence, which is a higher high in the price, right? We have this high of 51, 25. We go to 55. But look at this. The MACD are moving averages. If you take this orange one or the blue one, whatever you want to chart, it's actually lower than it was here. So it means to me that the price is slowing down. Now, if we fast forward this, and there's also another one too. Look, there's a smaller one from October to January from here. So we have another bearish divergence right here. This is a flat MACD pretty much. So if we press rewind forward here, we'll see that this 54 price could not break out in 54. So we have one shooting star here, two shooting stars here. We get multiple shooting stars here, which made me more confident in my short. It was a matter of time pretty much for this to fall. So that fell from 54 to 48. I'm looking for a target of 46. I think this will go down to 46. And then there's a long-term trend line from here to here to here. So there's a trend line coming between these two lows that meets exactly at 46. So 46 is where I will cover and where I will go long. 36.92 and I wouldn't say 36. I said 46 just for now. But I think we can go to 36. Actually, my best chart I've ever had in my life, the most The best chart I've ever had in my life that I created was from 40 something oil to 28. I had pinpointed that bottom perfectly. However, the chart is not exactly how I traded. And on that day when SPX hit 1800 and Wall Street Journal released an OPEC statement, I lost. I pretty much tripled my, or not tripled, doubled my money within a few months. And then within one day, I lost I think like 15, 20% of it because of that tweet. I always will remember it. But 27, 28 is probably the double bottom, and we'll see it definitely dip in the 30s if this trend continues. If no one's going bankrupt, this trend would totally continue. So now we're seeing a retracement of gold. Finally, we're seeing this retracement. This is good. This is good. So we're looking for that 36.92 or the 36.37 level. 36.92 all in. Oh, that's what I meant for GDXJ. So 36.92, I will not go all in. I'll put in a low position to see maybe a pop overnight. I honestly think that if you were to buy the end of the day here, there's no way that tomorrow is going to be negative unless something catastrophic happens, like the Asians come out and just dump all their gold, like $10 billion worth of contract get dumped in the market. Next week, yes. Absolutely. Absolutely, I think. So if you look on the right here, I'm going to point it out. So on the right here, we have the volume chart, okay? So here on the bottom, we have a huge buy. Look at this 1 hour bar volume. Now, I'm going to scroll back here, and you tell me when the next largest volume bar is. I'm scrolling back. Now tell me where is the next volume bar, right? This is our today's. This is previous, right? So we're at 80,000 contracts traded. Do you see any of our? Oh, here we go. 1108. Remember when that happened? That was 97,000 contracts. That was a reversal of Trump right there. So that was the previous high volume of 99. Oh, a huge spike until today's volume. So we had almost 100,000 contracts traded at the peak. So if you look here, if you do volume analysis, if you do profile analysis, you probably see a huge spike of volume here. You probably see a little hump right here, right? So you see at 1334, we had $100,000 in sales, and then it just completely crashed gold, right? But look today, 80,000 contracts. So we're about 20% off from that 100,000 high. So today is a very important day in terms of participation. So what does that mean? So we have the high volume at the top, and I'm telling you right now, this is the high volume at the bottom. This is the bottom. We will never see 1997 gold again this year. I can eat those words. I'll put my money where my mouth is. Of course, I'm telling you, there is no way we can hit that 1997 again level again. That's not going to happen unless this fades overnight, which I don't see happening. We are good to go up tomorrow. So, short question, long answer. Yes, we're going up. Dude, you're not stupid. Don't blame yourself, man. It happens to everybody. Just since there's 5,000, I'm not too sure how much 5,000 is worth to you, but 5,000 to me is a decent amount of money. So I hope I hope your trades that come around further, they work out and you were able to recover the $5,000. But you said you made that from shorting earlier, so no money lost, no money won. We're good. We're zero. As long as you learn from this and you risk manage in the future. So next time when you're having a big trade and you're up big, just think about this FOMAC and what you should do. Because usually when I'm ever stuck in a tough situation, I rewind everything in my head and see what I did in the past. And in the past, I fucked up multiple times before in the past by holding a losing position. You, fortunately, my man, you exited early. That was great. What if dude, that thing ran up like what, 10, 15% after you exited, right? So you saved yourself another three or $4,000 from not exiting. So that's good. At least you were able to physically take yourself out of that trade and go to the long side. I think you said 671 JNUG, 670, or no, you exited that earlier. But we're at 740 JNUG. Oh my God. This is just incredible, right? Just incredible. So I want to see gold retrace to 1213, and that's where I'll go long again. If not, it's no biggie. I'll just go long regardless. You're good, dude. Just be confident in yourself. Be confident. Never give up. If you want to do this full time, you can't give up on a trade. Don't let that discourage you. Don't let that freeze you in fear for your next trade or become less confident. For example, you had that great trade of 671. You might have exited early for only $20 or so. But at that point I was exiting. So, when you're following me along my trades, I trade differently from you. And so everyone trades differently. You just gotta learn how to improve yourself. So when I said exit, you don't necessarily have to exit. You could have stayed long and reap these gains. But who could have known that it would have shot up this much? I saw the denial at 1213, so I thought it was going to come back to retrace 1207 in gold. But that was not the case. It finally broke outwards after a bull flag. So that's very, very, very good stuff. So I'm gonna stay on here until 4 o'clock. So that's 15 minutes from now. I'm actually gonna type this out so you guys can see in the chat. Anyone late joiners.
on Dr. Close, yeah, some fiscal proposals such as the border adjustment tax would cause the dollar to strengthen significantly over a short period of time. I realize you can't comment on the specific proposal, but if the dollar were to strengthen quickly over a short period of time, 20% for whatever reason, what do you think the impact would be on the economy, particularly in exports and manufacturing, and what do you think would be any implications for U.S.
So if you're watching the FOMC, they're actually broadcasting her Q&A session right now, and she's being asked questions about inflation and such. Dollar index is almost down 1%. Great stuff. Good stuff, everyone. So they're talking about wages now, which is very important. So I would go ahead and listen to this and what she says about it. Okay, she's done for the day now. So we're gonna go ahead and just see what happens here. We're still looking for that entry in long until tomorrow. Again, I have longs already, so I'm not really looking to add that much more, but I'm looking just to add a little bit more, put on some leverage. Maybe see if we can get off some gains tomorrow morning because I totally see the Chinese market, the Japanese market, and the European market just buying up gold, covering their broken positions overnight, of course. So now that gold is above the 1213, we're gonna go ahead and long here to tomorrow. I'm not counting this as day trade because it's not a day trade. It's just essentially just an overnight holding. So um, So everything is done here. We're pretty much JNUG is gonna close at highs, of course. You can probably long here and not really be affected, but 1 second. I gotta check out some numbers here. Gotta check out some stuff in my other account and how everything's going nice and peachy. Uh, so I'm go ahead and just got you. All right, so if you're just catching me late here, I'm gonna do a little quick recap of everything that's happening, what I did today, and how it led to my targets, and what we did today. So I just had to check my account. Somehow my account's up, my long count's up like. Yeah, so QQ. So that's why I went on. See, this is why I kept on longing yesterday, QQ. I saw no reason for GXJ to drop that low. So we started longing and you turned off your monitors. That's pretty funny. Yeah, so we start. That's why I didn't want to go short yesterday because I was afraid of something like this, a huge reversal just coming in. Fortunately, that was a fix for them. That was the fix. That was them clearing us out, making us think that this was super bearish because they probably already had their position. They were probably going long all the way down. But unfortunately, we were day trading, so we couldn't do that. But we hedged ourselves, so we were only down 1 grand yesterday. So we're still up a couple of $1,000 for the week, several $1,000 in the week. Um, this is actually a really good week because we have had extreme volatility here. So unfortunately, I didn't want. I should have probably made like 3 grand today. I didn't. But you know what? That's every day we're taking it by per day to basis. We'll trade gold miners sometimes. We'll trade oil sometimes. We'll trade SPX sometimes. We'll trade natty gas. We'll trade natty gas sometimes. But yeah, yesterday was just unbelievable in how much they slammed down GDXJ for no reason, and then we get a 11% pop today. It was a big fuck you to the bears today. Um, so here's a recap today. We started out trading oil. Oil making no upwards move on the crash of the dollar, right? Actually, let's start with UJ first. We see the dollar crashing down 1%, down 0.9%. UJ, which is Japanese yen, is down 1%. We'll see it's giving up all the gains. It's breaking a critical 4-hour pink exponential moving average, 200 moving average here on the 4-hour. It's broken that, so we can see this probably retrace to 111. The dollar is down 0.9%. SPX, as expected, with the dollar being down, we're shooting up. We're going up 0.86% for the day. We'll probably hit the 2400 top sometime the end of this week. For oil, we traded the EIA report earlier today at 10:30. So I took a quick look at the EIA report and I reported it in the comments. Pretty much an increase in production, not a significant decrease in stockpiles led to me short. However, doing the short, we almost got squeezed out. Luckily, I closed manually soon, and then we reshorted for another small profit, and we made out for $400 that day. Now, our bigger winner today, which I only somehow managed to make $900 off, not a significant amount. Should have kept would have made like 10 grand today. No? But anyways, so what happened here was that FOMC came out. We saw short covering before the FOMC. So that suggests to me that it was definitely a long because people were scared of being short, especially at the bottom. How many people have told you to... I'm not sure how many people have been told to short bottoms, but I don't short bottoms. I buy bottoms and I sell tops. So here we see JNUG squeezing to the end of the day. We took profit. We took pretty much a 1% move or a quick move here, a 1% move in GDX. Unfortunately, we didn't capture from here to here, so we lost out about another grand. So we could have made 3 grand today if I held my position. But again, I play very defensively. I play very cautiously. I might have losses, but my losses won't be that big. But my wins won't be that big because I'm always looking out for my trades. I'm always, again, before FOMC happened, a few minutes before, I said this is a football game. This is a soccer game. We are playing defense now. We're not playing offense here. We're not on the attack. We're playing defense in case it's a whiplash because I've seen multiple FOMC rate hikes where the price goes extremely high and then dips extremely low. Like this could have gone up 30%, and then Jane could have gone up 30%, and then crashed down 30%. Who would have not thought? Like just like yesterday, GXJ was down 50% or 5%, and it's now up 11%. So who knows what could have happened? So here we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna say this is gonna be bullish until tomorrow. So likely at the end of the day, I'll just buy a few shares, probably like 1,000, 2,000 shares of GDXJ, half the position of what I had, just to get a little pop up. I think we're gonna cover this gap tomorrow to 38.50, so we can take profit there. Being a gold bug is great. You know, those people have their anti-insect spray, but I got a fucking machine gun and I'm tearing them up. So, so that's pretty much the recap today. So enjoy yourselves. For you guys that follow me today, made money. I'm happy for you guys. Hit subscribe if you like my trades. I will have at least probably 2 or 3 times a week I'll be doing this. And hopefully we'll see more sessions like this. Again, my usual session, I try to make $500 a day. But if we make out with $1.5 today, that's good. I lost $1,000 today, so I'm pretty much net from my trades. Just from my live streams, I'm up around $1,500, around $1,600 for the last from Friday, Monday, or Friday, Tuesday, and today. So within a week or so, since this is my 3rd video only, I'm doing pretty well showcasing. I thought I would honestly be a little anxious in broadcasting my trades because I want people criticizing me in case I do lose big. But shit happens, and you just gotta recover from it. But luckily, we had a great day today. Gold miners, long gold miners, short on oil. We had one little itsy bitsy tiny short on miners earlier today. That was like a 10-minute trade. We made $300 on that. So overall, great day today. Thank you everyone again for visiting my thread. And if you want to hit subscribe, it's on the bottom right corner. I just want to click that, and I'll catch you next time. I'll see you guys later.